Hello and welcome back to the Ace Attorney Chronicles. Tonight we'll be hopefully finishing off our adventure as we continue the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the final trial. Last time we learned that it is highly likely that Japan and Britain did an assassin exchange, and unfortunately, the implication is that our best friend Kazuma may have actually been involved. That was apparently the secret mission he was on. But this raises some very uncomfortable questions. Does this mean he was planning to bring us on to help him? After all, he said he needed help with a secret mission. Did he mean for us to help him assassinate? Surely he'd know that would be troublesome after the issues we got caught up in before. Or maybe he smuggled us with him to be a patsy. Ooh, that would suck. But it would make sense. After all, a stowaway that came with him to perform something like that. We'll be finding out the hard way, I suppose. Here we are. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. A revelation that we've all known as the Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And this discovery that our respected Yard Inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing proceedings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. That's unfortunately, well, we've been experiencing quite a few painful truths throughout this entire game. It's not easy, but the message of the truth at all costs. That's been going through, that's for sure. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? Yeah, he's got a good point. He just admitted he was with the victim shortly before his demise. That brings up way too many questions. Even if he's not involved, that would mean he should be more as a witness, not a prosecutor. He is admitting to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He should be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone elating the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed one day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading to this one day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading to a very dangerous territory. Yeah, the whole thing here. Yeah, Ryunosuke. Is it Ryunosuke or Ryunosuke? Because I know it's Ryu for Street Fighter, for example, but at the same time, it's technically a full Ryunosuke here. Either way, Ryunosuke here, noticed even from the start of the trial that Kazuma seems a lot different from what he remembers. It's entirely possible his friendliness was all an act. Well, we'll find out the truth of what's going on here. But it's not going to be pleasant for anyone involved, I imagine. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume? Yes, my lord. He's not going to allow us to object anyways. No point in fighting it until we have legitimate proof. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Bring Saishiro Jigoku to the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Well, there's no question this is the final trial of the last case, but I guess what would constitute the final boss? Would it be Kazuma here, since technically speaking, it's his seemingly airtight case that I need to break apart in order to get my client declared innocent? Or would it be the witnesses, like for the end of the last game? Maybe the end of the last game might be a bit easier. Would you consider Von Zeke's the final boss, since he had an airtight case for the majority of that trial? Or would it be Ashley Graydon, since he was the final witness and the most important one that I had to break the testimony of in order to win? And here things only get more complicated, since we know that Strongheart is hiding something, and the fact he's being so extremely generous with Kazuma is certainly more than a little suspicious. Perhaps in that case, the trial as a whole is better off thought of as the final boss, rather than in each individual portion, because every single thing here I need to deal with. Witness, state your name and occupation of the court. So it was you that issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, ha ha ha! Well, look what the young man's become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seshiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. To hear, he also played a key role in the conclusion of this Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ahaha, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all to that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy a young murdering student growing up here, of all places. Hey, you acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm practicing defense lawyer. Yes, I'm full of self-importance, like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation of the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were those circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. But I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be quite questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I cannot be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'm obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon. This case is far more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in almost a year ago now. A year ago, Japan. The murder of Dr. John Wilson. That's correct, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. All right, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seshiro Jigoku is involved within this case?
Take that!
The one we got just last night. There's a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. This communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Hold it. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What is this all about? Why is my name on that list? It's a list of 4 names that follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of the victims. Keisogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brat, but her real name was Assassin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson, and the murder that took place just here in London, was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, and also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi, whose victim was a police inspector, Tobias Gregson. Keisogi and T. Gregson, one assassin from each country, to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of the Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on this killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Judge Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah! You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims that these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt, or at the very least it raises a lot of questions. Silence doesn't inherently mean guilt. That is something that is important to remember, but it does at least mean there's something going on that he doesn't want to talk about. Or that he doesn't know completely, but the expression on his face says more than his silence, really. There's another very important development There's something important that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin above the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift, I will tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Witness testimony. Actually, this may even go back even further. Remember the start of the very first game? Professor Mikotaba's exact words were, Kazuma cannot be the defense attorney of this case. It's entirely possible he may have intended Ryunosuke to lose, so that he could then go through, and when Ryunosuke won, he decided to take him with him so that he could be the patsy yet again. Oh, this is bringing up all sorts of uncomfortable questions. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was the condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then. Okay, so you admit it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor of the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice of foreign... To use a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder. That's the most appalling thing I've heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? I still get a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know. Wait, what? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then please tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge the information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of the case. Is it now? Oh, the dog might need out. Give me just one moment, please. Alright, I'll need to let them back in a bit, but for now, we need to prove the events are related. Alright, the crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in the Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable the crew would not have heard it. That is right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program could be a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister or high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall there was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court or to pursue villainous assassination. But, oh, we'll be finding out soon, and I imagine that shows that Strongheart was indeed involved. Oh, looks like the dog's back here. Alright, there we are. Sorry about that. It's too cold out, so I absolutely don't want to delay any amount of time to get the dog back in. We're concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Oh, Crystal. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. We'll be answering the details before this trial is over, I assure you of that. The assassin exchange. 1 year ago. As per usual, let us focus on pressing him. Alright, so a year ago when Cosmo was still in Japan, then. Correct, it was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Oh, surely not! I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but... assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. The agreement was to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept a proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Oh, why? Why didn't you explode the pot here and there? Unfortunately, that wouldn't be possible. Like I mentioned in one of the previous episodes, while they had some agreements between Japan and Britain, Britain was absolutely the one in absolute control, despite on the surface it's supposed to be treating them as equal. Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations for Minister Chigoku. As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, Lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and I explained the details of the plot to him. Target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. So why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants. In addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. It was his obsession. Yeah, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour, or to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that now. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There was nothing I wouldn't have done to get him here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea, really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Chigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. Defense really ought to catch up. What? But the fact the Assassin Exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage into Britain? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived to the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because the black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. There was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah! So Mr. Sholmes attempting to save his life actually managed to save the attempt at sending another assassin. My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholmes... Yeah, exactly. Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly, even if it wasn't the way he intended. He predicted everything that would happen. Well, not exactly, but it turns out it was still for the best. Yeah, Sholmes has definitely been one of my favorite characters in this whole game, and there's been a lot of ones I think I like almost everyone, if we're honest. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, I've already made perfectly clear I had no connection to the man's death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not the least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier that year, I imagine. And the linear operations taken deposing a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of a crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door of the witness's cabin. Wait, that looked like a fish, didn't it? Of course, particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. Oh, the people from the ship aren't in my, vlog. Darn it. What is... Something a puppy? One moment. Alright, someone was walking their dog outside. The little doggy doesn't like when other people with the dogs walk by. Alright. Oh, can I examine this? That reminds me. I forgot to do this. Alright, so you see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's a part on the top of a pocket watch you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. Crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head. That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo, if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean a pocket watch, I'm sure you have. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And we know precisely what to... Oh, here it is. There it is. What do you think, Mrs. Otto? I feel sure I know exactly what would fit here. Really, I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really, I was just thinking precisely that too. A perfect fit! I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Alright, updating it is perfect. Alright. I got on the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us in the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper, then. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins in the cabin they were supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. Anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you left? Yes, he glared at me as though I walked past. You see, that proves it. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so I clearly can't be involved. The crewmate was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't move once at all from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. Oh, but wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of a gunshot. But sadly, young judicial cement, that wouldn't wash. Huh? You'll recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. I don't imagine for a moment it's anything like the steerage where the judicial assistants go. I didn't mean... Oh, but a hole like... that was made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh, yes, you're talking about what that detective uncovered on the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm, and no doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. Obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin the night in question, as the defense implies, we would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable, using Cosmo's feelings to manipulate him in order to agree to such a despicable plan. But I think Cosmo manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Cosmo's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really wish the murderer must have happened. Really think the murder must have happened aboard the steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, the evacuation drill. On 31st of October, all crew members are required to assemble the main deck to review and limit evacuation. Crew duties as soon as the drill is over. So...
Objection!
Yep. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where'd you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again? According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on the deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you have ample opportunity to commit a crime. What?
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke, but it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin, unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. The accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true, well, counsel. I think that pocket watch I just examined is proof. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night, I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You'll present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken? 31st of October. Small component. Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim must have been killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. I'm sorry. If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear. The witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st October. Yeah, the fact he's just kind of casually... Because remember, the previous judge would frequently call out witnesses for stating anything that went directly against what they said before. But as you can see, Strongheart is definitely glazing over the fact that he said he never met or spoke with the detective, and yet here we have proof that he had to have met the detective, and now he's admitting he is, and Strongheart's not even batting an eye. Of course, as the man I have no intention of obstructing justice. Witness testimony. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I seemed to care of him with an bonsai throw, though. Couldn't wait to run away after that. Imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Ponsei. A common jiu-jitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use it too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Rhinosuke, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact the pocket watch was broken in the witness cabin, that in no way proves the victim's murder took place there. I've noted the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will deem to have no involvement in the case. Counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, but I'm afraid the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my meal in the dining room. Hold it! Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector. Which was the truth, of course. Yeah, he wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trinket and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. The man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. Oh, you mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. Who would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off some alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived at my cabin. Kurama, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame, it's been meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Kurama's sobs. Cosmo must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Yeah, we need to... Yeah, it's a piece of metal. The tip of Kurama. So this is how it was broken. Kurama's swordsmanship is second to none. I can't believe he'd misjudge it like that. Clearly wasn't in his right mind. He didn't have full control of the power of his stroke, too distracted by malicious thoughts, perhaps. Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. All I can tell you is only the inspector. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever. Alarm bells. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with the throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. Hold it! Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson, correct? Yes, though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction, yes. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot anyone before. And believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there's no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him. He was... Even though he had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Yaponse is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. Yep, I guess, okay, so throw is for when you need to kill fast and bullets too slow. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course, he burst in immediately without knocking. Inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick throw. Imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, would you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot fired in the cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Aha. What are you talking about? That's what the star of the lowbrow detective stories told you, wasn't it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, no murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because the body was found in London. Nah, London. There's no evidence to prove the victim returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying the corpse off your ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? That is true, yeah. But all the passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. I would like to think the border police would query a corpse of an English gentleman's hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would have imagined the body would have been disposed of at sea. There'd be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed that idea, then. Perhaps not. Miss Suzato? We've heard the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted the door. Guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose the body at sea. Yeah, that is true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Excuse me? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm gonna have to explain in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Hold it! There's an idea. Think about it. All passengers and crew disembark at the same time and pass through the same checks at the border. Symposium guests were driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. We met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? No, but he did have. This photo's going to be necessary. The body was in here the entire time. So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the middle of an office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that if Inspector Gregson's body was found in that little room in Fresno Street, if he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border would be impossible for the majority of people, so there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That would be a realization, I think. His package isn't here, but it can remember a photograph. Because there's no possible way you could move Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Renosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jokoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport check and luggage searches at the border took quite a lot of time. I must say, I'm quite envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we all took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside that trunk. Order, order, order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a man's grown body could fit inside even a large travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside of his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? Oh, but inside his trunk? How horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged there are signs the steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. Onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on the long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. And Professor Mikotaba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. Killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. The accused, Barrick von Zeeks, shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid that the prosecution's claim that the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim contradicts a certain piece of evidence currently in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly when he shot at the scene of Fresno Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Has to be some of the new pieces of evidence. So let's eliminate, first of all, this telegram doesn't tell us anything. We've already gotten what we can from the small component at the moment. The drill isn't going to help us here. It could be the Karama, or it could be the trunk here.
Take that!
The Japanese really are the curious breed. To offer an argument of such conviction only present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friends' inexplicable thinking is why people talk of mystique of the East. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You'll be penalized accordingly. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Yeah, he's always wearing green. The green tie. So which evidence clearly shows that, though? Could not have died on... shows that he couldn't have died on Fresno Street. Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you going to try again, or can't you hold your hand steadily enough to point it out? Prosecution died instantly from a shot, but evidence clearly contradicts that claim. What proves he couldn't have died instantly from a gunshot wound. Oh, I can look at it again here, did I not? I always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies underneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have some bird lime to keep in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off again, though, don't you think? Presumably belongs to Gregson, but he... found at the scene. Presumably belonged to Gregson.
Take that!
Yeah, because he shouldn't have the red hair. Yeah, because I was You could probably tell when I was looking at the hairpiece, but yeah, he can't have died on Fresno Street because he had no reason to have the red hair. Now that we know the truth behind what was going on with the Redheaded League investigation, he had no reason to wear that hair because he had already sent Daily Vigil on there. Why would Gregson have bothered wearing the hairpiece? A photograph of the victim in the very location he claimed he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question. It's out of the question this body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. If he died instantly, he wouldn't have time to curl up in pain. According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less having been able to draw himself from that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting? Yes. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival in Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk. No. You're right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it contains traces of the victim's blood. Ha! Present my trunk, I refuse. What? On what grounds? I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some dribling's baseless accusations. So in other words, Judge Jigoku, is blood on your trunk. I decline to answer that. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status is outside this courtroom might be. You are not to withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what is it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body to the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Oh, goodness, outrageous. So it was you. You admit to... No, he's not admitting the murder, just that he transported the body. No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed the inspector's body, which was left inside the cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I have no chance to throw it in the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it, though. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill this man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma. You... I want to believe Kazuma, but he's been acting so differently, it's hard to figure it out. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seshiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma. You thought that by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't... So what do you make of that? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion on the night in question, the victim's assailant, was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just one step away from proving who. Alright, very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku, and I'm gonna save now. I don't think it's going to change, but we'll see how this goes here. The idea the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible. Judge Goku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been possible for Prosecutor Asogi to have committed the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that's supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of his involvement?
Take that!
The Kurama. You're making the evidence weep here, right? Skate. I'm sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Ah. Never mind the evidence, you're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruto. Oh no, I can't upset Susato, or I'll be upset too. Alright, we know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabin nearly all the time. As long as the guard was there, it would have been possible to fire a shot without it being heard. And very much narrows it down when the crime could have been committed. Crew resume duty as soon as possible, 20 minutes. Rabbity rabbit. Impossibility of... So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary then. Yeah, when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, this one, there's nothing like that on this gun. Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
Take that!
Oh, come on. Dang it. Alright, so as long as the guard was there, it would have been possible to fire a shot without being heard, and that narrows down when the crime could have been committed.
Take that!
This itinerary for the crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Goku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable the guard wouldn't have heard it and come investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have been taking place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at that time. Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent the night at the boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. Kazuma Sogi could not possibly have carried out this killing. Absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate. We can't trust that he actually disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after leaving my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship, but just waiting for his chance to come back and finish. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. An extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. Dang, this music is amazing. Oh, no, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seshiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. It's over. My life is over. Dang. Everything just went flying. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. It was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you yourself found unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. Try and listen to the help of my British counterparts. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not allowed to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission, dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trick designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him and lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of Judiciary but I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on the deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigerator room. And then on arriving Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced that the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I've decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I had a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. Conceived the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise, approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had bright red hairpiece for his own traveling case, so I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I'd only arrived at the room around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, set up my little candle trick. I arranged so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 50 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight in there. Except at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. And what was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back in his pocket the following morning. Well, it seemed the warmth of the heat cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did. We're not done here yet, though. We still need to find out the true identity of the Reaper. The fact you refuse to name them implies that it can't be Von Zeeks either, because Von Zeeks is just a prosecutor. Yeah, it would suck for people to learn that, but it wouldn't cause an international incident. But if it was, say, a Chief Justice, I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder on one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who is your counterpart in Britain? Who is the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the finding of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Wait, they're going guilty? Seshiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. Oh, that's for Jigoku. And I may remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defense's innocence has therefore been established beyond all doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence, the true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, in this extraordinary assassination exchange. We do remain in the dark of these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zeeks.
Objection!
I had a feeling this was coming. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. The prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barak von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seshiro Jigoku, yes. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced in complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassination exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. And as we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak von Zeeks, of being the Reaper of Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to suggest that the claim he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but the circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I'll bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. While it is extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any non-involvement he had with the Reaper in the assassin exchange. I thank you for guiding this court wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Oh, I guess they had another witness stand ready. Pray turned a blind eye to this courtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hollowed chalice. Von Zeeks, I first have to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let's just decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as a primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought forth by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of Bailey. And what says the defense? Say the defense. Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as a friend. And that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. I'm gonna grab a drink. Very well, defendant, you may take the stand. And give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassination exchange. As you wish, my lord. Witness testimony. The Reaper and the assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect me of clothes behind the assassination exchange. So you deny all accusation brought forth by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that is a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believed the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Rainosuke Naruhodo? Yes. Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Yeah, he's going to point out the Reaper case connecting them all. The Reaper and the assassin exchange. I have never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill.
Hold it!
Alright, so you're not what the general public refers to as the infamous Reaper Bailey, is that correct? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment the court would be satisfied with a one-word answer to this. I'd realize that. If you're intending to comment in every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Alright, didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecutions were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Yeah, disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel without a one-word answer. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I'm aware of Gregson's involvement. So you say for years, how long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. As a personal acquaintance, we'd worked on cases together in the past. Friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and now I come to discover the body. Why'd you go to that specific location? I I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had attempted to implicate Yubun, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculous and careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing around insults, I see, then, Cosma. I think what you will, that doesn't change the truth. I'm starting to make him sound more Russian than vampire-like. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Wilson. There's a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a member of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Well, to buy good fish and chips and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand that several years ago now he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the ocean to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't sit right with me.
Hold it!
Certainly as it stands, there is no evidence to suggest you concocted a scheme. But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. I'm sorry? Perhaps there's some reason that would explain why he masterminded an assassin exchange, and if a reason could be established later in these proceedings. And the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Yeah, that's true, but clearly Kazuma intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Van Zieks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance, but with the inclusion of one other person... Von Zieks' autopsy report. Clint's autopsy report, to be more specific. I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person was known. We need to think about it, back over the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Von Zieks has something to hide after all? No common thread.
Objection!
Clint's autopsy report says otherwise, yeah. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, that professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege of the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Clint von Zieks, it was almost unthinkable. Someone implored the powers that be to have an autopsy go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory. Corp. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret's been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Now, would a prosecutor have that kind of power is the question. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham. I swore myself I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I compel to toast this vengeful Japanese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Cosma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. You know, as it happens, I happen to have evidence. What? As the... dang, this is such an ominous theme, I love it. Theme song, I love it. Alright, as the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Shashiro Jigoku, but my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged that what I'd already deduced. There was a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy almost 10 years ago. What? The secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for the supposed mark in Jigoku's cavern, I drew my clan's illustrious sword for the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Sogi's young lad, aren't you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That'll very much depend on what answers you give me to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit then, the evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? Just for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Cosma. If the results of Clint Von Zeke's autopsy report were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson, lead coroner Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case of the prosecution, Barak Von Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange this exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that the man who stands accused in the courtroom today. Baron von Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for the trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. It's shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I give no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Van Zeeks is the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like this. Because remember, at the time, there was only one prosecutor. And remember, they gave their role over to Von Zeeks because he wanted to prosecute his own brother's murder. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling that this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
Take that!
Strongheart. The only person who could have arranged the assassination exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in the British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point was supplication of the Lord, was to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt the way you stood aside and let me handle that trial, but I see now I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago, and that same force is still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seshiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of Bailey. The court awaits a response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. Defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint von Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue. But I heard from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson is dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals. The case was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? There's no other avenue we can go down and pursue the truth of what happened all those years ago. If only there was someone who could testify about what Clint von Zeek's autopsy. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart, but there's still one ray of hope. Scythe won't talk, but her daughter might. Especially since we know that while she does idolize her mother, she doesn't agree with what her mother's been doing, and wants to separate herself from that. Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Rhinosuke? Who? Tell me. Cosma. Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Clint Von Zeeks is Maria Gori. Denied. What? I want to know why. And I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face. In other words, you're wide of the mark, Reinosuke. Very wide. Thanks, don't spare my feelings or anything. Given the contemptible allegations you're making, counsel, I won't be letting that blunder pass unpunished. There was somebody else present at the autopsy, Mr. Oh, right! No, it's right, that's Mikotaba. I'll get it right this time. Yujin Mikotaba. Heaven help us, another Japanese man. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Yujin Mikotaba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seshiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotaba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report in the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotaba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands Professor Mikotaba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? Professor Mikotaba's in London this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone he knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need the witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, the prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by the Japanese Supreme Court Seshiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. The punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you'll be reprimanded for following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Hold it. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. I remind you, these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave this courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seshiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. This court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words in the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along the prevarications of your superiors? Order, order in the court. Seems to me we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadow of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on the court proceedings. Silence. Right, judge is absolutely free. Yeah, if he calls the trial to an end, it stand, but will that really do? As now, since dark things occurring behind the scenes, dark things indeed. There's a single person who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same. The trial should go on, summon the witness. That's right, we need to clear this up for the young Japanese fellows in custody. My lord, you assure those present you will uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial. On with the trial. Well, you hear the voices of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotaba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is willing to waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotaba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one's in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Oh, absolutely. Still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case. Oh. One moment, please. I need to check on the dog. Alright, sorry about that. Looks like the poor puppy's been having some nightmares. Doesn't appear to be injured. Hopefully everything will be alright. Bailiff, show the witness the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it has me under. To be continued, ooh. I hope it resets my, penalties, because only having one left for the finale is going to be very frustrating. Well, looks like it's the end. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikutaba, lecturer in forensic medicine at Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And, Professor Mikutaba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yeah, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just, appeared. You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama, that makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I had her eyes boring into the sides of my cheek constantly, while I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The divots making me shudder. Revelations about Dr. Scythe came to light as soon as days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. He was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikutaba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances again. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That is right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mom was far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that particular occasion. This autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. Secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Von Zeek's autopsy would have never happened. But he's absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So it's Strongheart had to the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted to it before he was killed. He admitted the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Oh, absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning. Oh. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Witness testimony. The autopsy of Clint von Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication the autopsy results of having been fabricated. That resulted from a wound made by a western-sired sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. Just the beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. But assumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikutaba, are you certain? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ah. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that's a fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely. The tip of a sword, as though the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to his confession that was uttered in utter desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Clint von Zeeks' death. And with his testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. Curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint, suffered a different fate. Ah, yeah, you're right. He was stabbed to the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will simply pursue a conclusion of this trial during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Rainosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. And I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. The autopsy of Clint von Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not. Oh, but then you couldn't say there wasn't any either, could you? No, true. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Once away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something, but at those times, what was a secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust lighting or impact some implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. Would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Mr. Mikutaba, think, was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword. I found it a little strange. So, in all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. The throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord von Zeeks was stabbed. Ah. Do you mean to say you think Clint may not have in fact been one of the victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. Oh, but Genshin as though he confessed all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killing was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Bullet!
Oh, but, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? I just wonder how useful your testimony would be in that case is all, really. I mean, it'd be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mom has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. Mama told me all about it. Oh. She said that there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? We need to find out exactly what the evidence was. Okay, good, it did repeat. Oh, by the way, yeah, it did repeat my, reset my penalties. It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from a man's stomach. What exactly was it, though? What is this beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip from a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth of the ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores in Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. Bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor? Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. At the precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny this is a crucial piece of evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. You may submit it. This is what we need here. That's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo, very carefully indeed. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying him. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin's arrest. And of course, we must look at this ring now. Alright, let's see. Those fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. Those claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about the right size would go down much better. With some red bean paste in the middle. Mochi bun, not mochi. Someone as clumsy as me would probably still manage to choke on it somehow. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father's no killer. Barak von Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed down the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In a way, only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. I couldn't say were his words. The phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. We could establish that Cosmo's claim of fabricated evidence is true. We can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo, I'll be right beside you. Whatever may happen. No other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. So how did this ring go down without causing injury? The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed. Did you, Professor Mikataba? Oh, that's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail of the autopsy. What are you saying? The Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, and that somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's
Objection!
stomach. That's supposition at best. What possible evidence could you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It is explicit in the report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. Quite the opposite. The fact that there is no injuries is itself the clue. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination, and in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. How would he have... He would not have stopped at... He would have stopped at nothing to ensure the evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained of internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the finding of myself 10 years ago. Then, why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But, isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that? Oh, Mr. Mikataba. Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size, those sharp metal claws it has, sure you expect to see damage in the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes, at the very least. Dr. Mikataba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but... damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all of her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Corey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mother. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down the back streets of a late hour, and all of a sudden... Make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in the short interval, the decisive evidence needed to end him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what the thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. Expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. Stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and happen.
Objection!
Kazuma, open your eyes. Rhinosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can completely obscure even when your judgment is only slightly... Can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly crowded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? See you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle, but a grandiose expression on your face, as if you're a lady just as herself. Seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that was born of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let's imagine there was some misconduct in the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who's accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. Oh, but then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence? Well, not necessarily. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence in his heart can mean only one thing. Hearing can only mean one thing. Silence in his hearing, not in his heart. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. There are plenty of reasons why someone might keep quiet, but if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Cosma? What is this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord? Your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence is due to the fact there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining his silence. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his own... Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his own death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these last 10 years. Me? Cosmo-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. We can only show that there's a reason for his father's silence in the trial. Oh! I think I know where this is going, but... Hold on, let me grab a drink here. A reason for why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Struck a deal, or perhaps he knew that... Enough rhetoric. The crow must be showing evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain his silence in court? This is the defense's answer to that question. As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong. Cosmo-sama's father knew the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in his trial? For me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Ah, that could be it. Defense would like to... Enough rhetoric. It's not this. Alright, let's go backward. The Redhead League articles, the Redhead League stuff is completely done. We don't need that. This again, we've got everything we need here. Yeah, this is all done here. Oh, maybe it was because he had already struck a deal. It's true that Genshin Nasogi's silence to his trial results in his conviction. That didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Though I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside of a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan could have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of a chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, he's struck some sort of... There was suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for silence in court, he was given assurance he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained no other way. Order, order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because that's all intimately linked. Prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses instead. Witnesses? People can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah, Governor Caden, the poor chief warder. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon a governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, wouldn't be any trouble, Lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he was extremely thorough. I wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kite and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that both men are, on the side much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Ooh, we're definitely going through everything here. With the new witnesses, state their names and occupations to the court, please. I, Barricade in Governor Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip, I still jaunty little tidbits to passers-by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Oh, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. I'd hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside of his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine the passage of time will afford you any protection. It turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, and of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Oh, gods, all on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. I'm Prosecutor Asogi. If you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. Alright, there's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way, so you will testify before the court and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese joke was found guilty. The directive came directly from the prosecutor's office. I signed the conduct to Chief Warder Virgil here. He put the plan to action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi up until the neighbor's execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't get if there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. I just carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Alright, a directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying there was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't yay that Ken. Ken, not Kane. Oh, I don't even know. I don't know how to do this. His accent right. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nothing to boot the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. If the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Seems all Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. The jailbreak plot. It was the day he was found guilty. The directive came to the prosecution office. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive, is that correct? Why, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows it down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? You told where it started. It's a better chance it could have come from higher up in the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you an indication of who was behind it. Oh, you can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with no speculation. We just get the job done. I signed the convict with the chief warder, Virgilier, and put the plan to action by the scenes. So, Mr. Vigil, you don't know anything about it at all? Oh, that's right. My only role in the scheme was a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've no first idea, laddie. My part of the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't have been surprised if there were other folk in the prisons, others who've been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that night it actually happened, the person with the reins was Dr. Stevens. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Sogi right until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Alright, so did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Oh, losh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Ooh, that's actually surprisingly harsh, but really fair. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? I didn't get it. There's some negotiation between the convict and the professor's office. Oh, but we've already acknowledged orders came from the prosecutors to arrange the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Well, be that as it may, I can know nothing about that. The witness stands no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I don't know how much I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you're just following orders, is that it? That won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if it was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in that murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Boy, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were due with getting the Jocko to jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Ooh, looks like he knows something. Mr. Vigil knows something. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? The last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make a man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the details of an escape? Ah, that's right, if they wanted to betray him, it's quite true. Yeah, if they were going to betray him, they could have just had the execution work like it was supposed to. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets as Barclay, behind high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Oh dear. Truth be told, there is a way matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation by the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, doesn't it quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. Oh, God! Hey, alright then. Seems to me the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting the crimes, that's what he had to bargain with, surely. Can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution know of conclusive evidence against the Carly, huh? This you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every opportunity that conclusive evidence was fabricated.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can all learn about the misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Fortunately, true. Absolutely nothing's been how it's seen so far, and it's only going to continue that. That's right. So what I'm saying is, convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. Witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem that no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put in practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle with which to negotiate. So Asogi agreed to confess to crimes because he'd been assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I don't think Cosmo's father would have engaged such negotiations. Perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't. I can't put my finger on it quite yet. In that case, we must keep digging till we identify the problem. Described as the only weapon I have left. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British from breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card of some sort. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. However, the fellow couldn't possibly have had anything like that. Oh, but you know he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Oh? It turns out Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squirrel away, rat. Did I not tell you to keep a secret? You can't touch me now. You can't touch me now. Ah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded the warder. Alright then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of a jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. What place are you blithering about? The will was found right and proper, in the fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You can't criticize me now. You're not my boss. I showed you before, did I know you're a lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese. It reads the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warden's ward. The man could easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Okay, prison's hiding something. It's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship gonna gloss over this? What did you say? Hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. Trial must go on. Man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, my lord. Witness testimony. The Asogi Papers. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night he was found guilty in the court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but no avail. I only found the Asogi Papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono. That's a lie. We searched every inch of that man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. That can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, say? Ha, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? even his tie is or his... What is that? I can't tell, but whatever it is, he's doing it himself. Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Ah! Little and large, what a double act. We complied with Asogi's last will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As courtesy of the homeland, the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we are much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you can't deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? They can safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing very well the end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. The Asogi Papers. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly, though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as the man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Only one person's life. Or maybe he meant his own. He was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. And he pleaded with you not to report him, did he? Yes, that's right. And like, oh, you didn't tell me. It's a blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see the man had a noble spirit. I found him myself, wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from handling any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That's before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, so why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, it was penned to the prosecutor's office. You would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah. It's curious, there doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh well, the defense makes an astute point. Oh, Governor? Prison Governor, can I be expected to in the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? So in that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in a cell is clearly inconsistent with what would be expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing about that will... We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. So it was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can have disappeared completely," in my face. Aye, well, it's down to the governor to keep everyone working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee bit of a taste of his own medicine. Naruna. Well, the point is... Yeah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, Haruna is what Iris calls him. But the point is, clearly considered a very important document, isn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. A blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read the news, I was summoned into the governor's office. And that's when that awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Sogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. Afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. Couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't know before, I didn't again now. Didn't know then, didn't know now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Boy, that's what it said. I'm clutching at straws here. I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe left in his cell, kimono it was called. In Mr. Asogi's kimono, is that correct? Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during that incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, sword. Sword. Kurama, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting it that... Forget it being the soul of the clan, the man could have had a more obvious weapon. Could the dude have had a more obvious weapon? Can't find anything out of place. Interesting, did he hide the document in the sword? Or maybe it's wrapped around it. Well, if it's in the blade here, it would be almost impossible to get out, but it would mean that it's... Actually, look at this. Actually, the sheath being a bit longer than the blade itself makes sense. Those are not supposed to be snug on the blade, if I remember this. Oh no, it's been a long time, I don't even remember. I'll keep a mental note of that just to be safe. Have some respect, Rhinosuke. Respectful silence. The water's carried firearms on, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. It can never hurt anyone with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. He wrote that will before he came to stay with Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikutaba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Suzerain inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, the letter just looked like
Is
a...
that right?
To me.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse me. What do you have to say, Mr. Vigil? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? His memory is returning. Mr. Vigil! Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. Oh, what? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful, please. Is something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something important? Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. Lord, the defense asks Mr. Vigil be requested to supplement his testimony with a possibly or not possibly important detail. Permission granted. Alright, go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even in the dim light of the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Yeah, that's obviously black ink. Oh, what's witness? Is that really what you saw? Ah, sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way? I can plainly see the writing here, and it's black as the Earl of Hill's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Asagi was holding that night? Oh, well. No, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. It was definitely a will, was it? Yeah, it was. That's what Mr. Asagi told me. The court will need to waste no further time on this matter. We have a will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it at the court at once. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Cosmo's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Asogi actually had nothing. Plan to break out of jail went ahead, which means he has to have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only possible explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook the smallest detail. As the one responsible for getting convicts, I attend to Mr. Asogi for his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court. What would be written in scarlet? Maybe there's something in here. Let me just double check this while we're here. I'm pretty sure it's nothing else of consequence in here. Yeah, just books, threads. Nothing else important. Is it yeah, as you can tell by me looking here, I'm wondering if it's maybe the tassels here.
Objection!
Nope. Statement exhibits a fundamental inconsistency. Not one that any British court would recognize, counsel. What? Remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. That's definitely threatening. Should I be wondering if I'll make it out of this courtroom alive? Yeah, precisely my thoughts, Renosuke.
Objection!
Yeah, it's not gonna work. That statement seems a little questionable to me. What do you think, my lord? I see no inconsistency there. Do you? Could span the streets of Doe with those white eyes, counsel. And be gone from this island forever, I hope. Do you want me to fill the English Channel with tears?
Hold it!
I don't have anything with red ink, so I'm not sure what it could be. A will written in scarlet ink. What did he really see his father holding, I wonder? We need something that's written in scarlet, but what would that be? I need something with red ink, but I don't see anything with red ink. Could have been written in red ink. Alright, let's go ahead and save here. That testimony didn't give much away. sure. I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to the information again so we can learn. We can't look at the smallest detail. Then get watch. He was doing something with that will himself. Turned overlooking with no avail. So I remember the document is written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Wait. Scarlet ink seems not visible on the ring fingers of the right hand, but no document quick.
Objection!
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Orders again. You know I didn't say that. Have a look at this report. Oh, that's, my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in there that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess they don't go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingers tips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Clint von Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, that must have been what directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctual about such things, it seemed. Unusual, and no document pending the color of the ink was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document Clint was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir? When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Oh, last will and testament? Ah. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then we now know, completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Clint von Zeeks. Oh, that's right, I said a last will and testament, not mine. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was performing the professor, consumed in day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation for his conclusion. Never. It wouldn't rest till the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death. Let's see. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could that will have possibly contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning, it prompted the powers that be to enact a daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question it contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be. Utmost secrecy. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom what nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Clint von Zeeks. All that testimony evidence presented to the court has logically led us to a possibility. We have a duty to pursue this line of reasoning to its conclusion, but with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Clint, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you'll work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint von Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Sogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from the prison. In all probability, the details of the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. Oh, what are you getting at, man? Ranosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Van Zieks was in fact a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Clint Von Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. As his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that explains everything. It's the only one that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. A man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. It wasn't Genshin Sogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting... It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Clint Van Zieks himself. Let's finally open his Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family? They've been thorns in the British judiciary for years. And Clint, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. He was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of the aristocracies of the vilest nature? Atrocities of the vilest nature? If the general public ever find out, law and order itself would be flipped upside down. My brother. Then law and order in this country would be finished. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Barak von Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize his older brother really was? Order, order in the court! Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Supposedly he could slay dragons. I don't believe this. But my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house. He always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost before following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar. That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It just so happens myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar as well, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was their heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then, the collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Clint von Zeke's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Is it true, then? Clint von Zeeks really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. By the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. Oh, it's through his anonymity reigns a diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Will he? Very well, then. You may have the truth. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint von Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went to pursue the black roots of crime, he drove himself to a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become one even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the new Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint von Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somehow, what's surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Sogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond the shadow of a doubt. And it must issue a warrant to search his home. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. Why can none of you British see that? He's using his noble status as diversion while he commits the atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as of yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound at the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate is a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard into this based on tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea. As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. You can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint von Zeeks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Cosmo's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the Professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Sogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret, to guard the secret, to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes of my father. I did what I needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged to have this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Get off your rocker, we can't do something like that. There's no question there was a Sogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements. They saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yeah, well, I've no doubt it was the Japanese fella. But we haven't gotten a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep it all. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. We're short on time. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help? And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi is found guilty of charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew, the man my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, cousin Cosma. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Sogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might make in court, you will see no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal, a document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, I hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. Understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Cosma. He did it for me? As I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost. Dang, that's a really good evil smile.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself consider this possibility until now. In light of all this, a treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Barak von Zeeks? That's the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice. Should return... The spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I tell you? What brazen... I knew you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who would cooperate with me already were only too happy to participate with my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them you're exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That is correct. So I'd employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sight. Dr. Sight. So, what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across our entire empire. Ooh, I need to get a drink. Give me just a moment, please. Dang. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died of the Reaper's hand were one of the core anyway. Clint also felt that same way about his, so ironically, he's become the next Clint. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of all the country. Can he really do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, what? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yeah, the same thought has occurred to me as well. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I had never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there would be members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, that was a source of great turmoil. Coincidentally, all the same, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, no more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice of the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, unthinkable my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint nor Genshin still walk this earth. However much we debate the answer now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. Oh, but there are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. the woebegone ring that acts as the incriminating evidence for Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will testament penned in black ink and left by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Today I will present myself to the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. The court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Cosma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord? I'm afraid I must insist the trial continue. I beg your pardon. As the court's been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection of his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. Where on the earth is the contradiction? Oh, he wasn't allowed to explain. One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Alright, let's go ahead and check something out here. Oh, 3 pages, because there's only 2. Lord Strongheart said it. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something said was slightly off. Come on, Rhinosuke, think back over those words, find the problem. And neither Clint nor Genshin still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acts as incriminating evidence to condemn Asogi in the 3-page. Yeah, because remember, the Asogi papers are very clearly only 2 pages. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense does have a right to pursue explanation. Renosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you're making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. Your claim words contain a contradiction. Which piece of evidence, may I ask you? Asogi papers.
Take that!
This here will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A mere trifle? Governor Caden. Eh? All we're gonna do for her, sir. You were present when the Japanese man penned this will and testament. Aye, I was there, sir. I remember the black worm-like corals this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I planned correctly, the 3rd was a message to this lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted it any comfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan. So it was decided the 3rd page oughtn't be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said to my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me now. My father's message will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest message could be a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Isogi's last words to be read about loud in the court right now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be...
Objection!
Prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then. Governor Caden, you will read the third page of the document for all present here. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Mother. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotaba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Or perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Yeah, since he's not the prosecution or defense, he is theoretically... Well, no, he's not really unbiased, but it's close as they'll get here. Given... Although, to be fair, it's also pretty, There's no unbiased sources in this courtroom whatsoever. I can say that for absolute certainty. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only our land's greatest sword can pierce. Mighty Kurama, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That is the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku poem. Twist thy head? Father? What is Kurama? The name of the Isogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. Oh, the head. Will help me to examine it now. I guess I need to go past the event flag that'll allow me to examine it there. It is not known to me. It's the katana sword that's been submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. Alright, well now it will allow me to examine this. Yes, now it does. Mighty Kurama, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. Once studied history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you'll probably be aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. So Mr. Isogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah, look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature. Clint Von Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago, the fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kurama, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Clint Von Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Obviously, we need to examine this immediately. This is the piece of evidence that will... Oh, it doesn't let me examine what it says. Which means its revelation is going to be a big deal. As a presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible for the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. I think Strong Heart's voice in particular is really causing me problems. It's just, I'm trying to do as deep as possible, just because he seems... It's the best way to have some sort of booming, oppressive voice. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Von Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality when he murdered his former mentor, Clearly, he was already devoid of his normal
Objection!
facilities. How dare you? I refuse to believe that to my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will he penned in his foul moments appears to be lost forever. Ah! What's wrong, Heart? You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. Wonder why? We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. Oh, what about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dressed it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Blood Strongheart. What exactly is it you're hiding? Dr. Mikotaba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by the evidence. And it would seem the defense has no more evidence to present. Oh, that was true until a few moments ago. In which case, I hereby order all discourse in these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I? Present evidence. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from that time. It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Rhinosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence. That will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have to settle this decade-old enigma, if you're able. What exactly is the evidence the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
Clint von Zeke's final last will. There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeke's. Ha. It was a wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it has escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right. It was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ah! But my brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kurama? The ultimate weapon Genshin Yasogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. Oh, goodness, it's true. My brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could restore the meaning of justice in this country. I demand you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What do you imply? What are you implying? The court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Do that, my lord. and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial with no good reason. Not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. Defy the monarch's will is treason. Clint von Zieks really did pen a will. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now. You have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No, for God's sake. No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit writing at a desk in the office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint von Zieks, Lord of the Manor of Von Zieks Estate, hereby confess the following. I'm the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption of rife among the aristocracy, which to me, as one of them, is so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes, the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male strong heart, may you feel the jaws of my beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know, yes, Clint von Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy the justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. You were trying, all you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you sacrificed until now. Just didn't make sense to me. That the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart, to eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your eyes on. So you used your own hunting dog, Clint von Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he is allowing to spread like wildfire. But by murdering the man, the Reaper, Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done with furtherance of law in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asugi. Well, that was unfortunate. I fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition. That made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seshiro, you fool! As you know, Asogi escaped the prison and a clone was cast and subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night. Blast. We'll find out the convict wasn't really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Dude, shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot him once. Live now for the second to go. What are you talking about? You're an agreement. Promise you to return to Japan. Everything's changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Pull the trigger. Shoot. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed all over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learned the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events that night. And with that, the secret is buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Coercing someone to murder doesn't make you any less guilty. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him to urge using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. Fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Von Zieks from the dishonor of his death. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Well, let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting up the defendant as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! And that's some really good animations here. I know the series has used 3D models for a few games now, but dang, I really like what they've done in these. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts cannot function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of a Reaper name. And And Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having sullied his hands with a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi risking his life in pursuit of the truth he tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get through your thick skulls? That was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You constantly twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. Honestly, I think at this point even Strongheart was convinced by his own lies that he's doing this for the greater good. He's not, obviously, but I think even he's convinced himself of his lies. He's just so deep into the gutter that even he thinks he's doing it for good reasons, even when he's not. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? It's delightfully great expressions, beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Well, your friends of the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. Fraud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. Wait, what? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've constantly preyed upon people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these dark recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy that darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. This catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London. What might happen? To learn the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid a secret negotiation in the prosecutor's office to effect a jailbreak. The Reaper Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard Inspector. And finally, this was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost. Without a doubt. Public order in the capital would be completely break down. We'd be cast to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely. It was all 100 years ago when 10 of the population were criminals. To think we've accomplished since then, a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed, will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order. Protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. Things that strong are done are quite unforgivable. On the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? Can't deny the threat of the Reaper over these years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, it's all thanks to Strongheart. hearing this? The will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. I have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Renosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. This is a really big one. Do I have any evidence that can prevent him from being... that could prove it all to be a lie? His overwhelming support is crazy. There has to be some evidence here that can... raise an objection. Yeah, when all the games are over, it's the obvious choice. Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom, make people listen to reason.
Objection!
That was the easy part. But what do I say next? As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise, they are merely objectionable. The defense has no objection to being penalized in this instance. Fear not, Mr. Naruhodo. I certainly wouldn't object if you decided to make perhaps a wiser choice now. So I only know too well. The only thing that can carry any weight in court is evidence. Oh, but Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use the stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but... if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
Oh my. Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. No doubt Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, let's take it by the hair by the ears then and heave! Alright, here goes. Heave. Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... it's Mr. Sholmes. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. Oh, what? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put the man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What? What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to electrical signal and transported instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so images not keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation, developed such a device specifically this very day. Yeah. Sheesh, these two have brought in a lot of stuff that shouldn't be invented for hundreds of years. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes, what a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit the entire scene. Somewhat incidentally? Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Wait, do you mean to say you're not actually here, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Oh dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which I would hope lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? A very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Zato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty, the Queen? Not just any Her Majesty one. Oh, Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. No, I mean, this is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective. That's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by the elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty was more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Wait, you showed her? Indeed. By the dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. You meddling? This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty's seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, you know. You... I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Ooh, I'm so sorry to keep y'all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone's sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it would seem that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions the last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Got him. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Oh dear. Oh no. Ah. His entire plan has gone down in flames. But literally, it seems. Lord Clint von Zeeks has left a will in which he confessed everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Soki's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, he still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed inside the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. I'm sorry. How can that be? There is more to his last will, testament. What? Oh. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Eric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Sogi is a fine detective, a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to the honor of my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. Second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend. I rest my quill. And Von Zieks. Clint. Male Strongheart, who colluded with Seshiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew about the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed to this country. For that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, and in the exact manner I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for her ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. Oh, my lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. And thanks in no small part to the efforts of the bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of when I faced you in court a year ago, I had the faintest of intimations that the British consciousness is so warped and twisted over its own history with no change. This might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge that possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese. After the circumstances of my brother's death, Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless courtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Cosmo Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal, ever-penitent judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his rival. Not to mention, the exceptional muster of logic and reasoning that showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light. It always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. For that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth. Some who do it instinctively. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongarm, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for the anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again in court here before long, Prosecutor Von Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baron Von Zeeks, not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Suzato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Von Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Miss Suzato, everything seems worse. He has a face like a thunder. dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Still not a photo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrate today, well, it's quite remarkable. Oh, but I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever imagine in this court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy that dark ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work in establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma would have a smile on his face this very moment if you were here. Kazuma. Oh, he is here. Hello? Mr. Zato, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. It is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for just the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Oh, your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me, though. Oh, what's that? The will that Von Zeeks wrote before a duel with my father. Asogi's a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final two wishes. First, that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. And Von Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. Oh, what? Father? It was 10 years ago now, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to my prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seshiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. Did you find a lady of the gentry hiding there? A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with a child. Birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Oh, don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, and his dying wish. My goodness! I swore the man I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. If something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, what life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seshiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? It's a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Alright, I see. Very well, then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor at Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was... In the middle of nowhere, it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. That poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. It was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for her longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville! You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. Oh, but that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If their true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl will be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Oh. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the von Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that his final hour, Lord Clint von Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look in my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh. When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikutaba? In other words, near my mother. Ayame Mikutaba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. I had no idea. Oh, Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? This whole thing just pinched me behind my trouser pocket hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, yes, we can hear you. See what excessive tugging can do? Let me listen to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before. You were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice requires such measures. Runo, Susie! Oh, Iris, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was amazing. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. Mr. Reaper, you seem must come too. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promise now I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back soon. Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. As soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of Bailey? I beg your pardon. The past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle's just beginning, surely? Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Reinosuke. Kazuma. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to the Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. Oh, we must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. The 4th of November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes' suite. I'm home. Ah! What time you got here? I'm waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? Party. It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. When we ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Alright, I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You must hear this quite extraordinary thing. I sure you will defy your expectations. Taking every detail now, Mr. Mikutaba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway has concealed himself? Would you believe in the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikutaba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor. Or Mikutaba, I'm finally back from Bailey. And not a moment too soon, a feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking quite so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please, everyone come take a seat. Time to fill in the boots and... Oh goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yeah, moves me copper. Going back to what I know best, the diver's life for me. You really are leaving the police force, but why? Well, all sane around. So, And anyway, no matter how odd I try, that Reaper isn't gonna accept a dive return. And a dive return, Nick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of his now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown's been reattached. That watch, it was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of the Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every day, single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, he was. Oh yeah, I made a promise I'll deniers. I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Alright, that's decided, I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him back kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like to forget that promise, Gina. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I came from. Thought it might tell me something about myself. I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Oh, that's sweet. I think, Mikutaba. Yes, Sholmes. I think I'd express my gratitude to you. Oh. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. Oh, you old softy Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Naruhodo's legal counsel, let's see. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, I thought it was... Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Suzato's room. Yes, Suzato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Some important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. The subject of her father came up. Clint. I made up my mind years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Clint's final words before he wishes. Before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. We've stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. Oh yeah, that was the one last mystery we hadn't solved. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me with no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from that time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of the huge beast of a dog that was used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris the Hound of Baskerville's story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. I was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I've read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered the young Iris had pieced together so much from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That is right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in courts today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. When it does, I believe it will be for the best. I think so, too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something as well. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to it, I think. See. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well, then I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Oh, Susato. Oh, I just wanted to let you know I'm back. I presume she heard all that, and that's why she's got that expression on her face. Oh, did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, the part about Iris's real father, I think. So in other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer? Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you'd decide, Naruhodo. You did? Susato-san. Ah, yes? I suppose this means it, has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Cosmo going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'd certainly benefit greatly from having brilliant judicial assistants to his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Cosmo's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after day. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today, so if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato. Thank you. The 7th of November, 5:42 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Oh, he's here.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Alright, so it is Ryunosuke.
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes, I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Okay, I'm gonna have to contest that and object to that entirely incompetent line, Susato. As far as I can tell, you're the most competent partner character the series has seen. Honestly, I've liked pretty much everyone in these chronicles here. That might be my favorite. I mean, Ryunosuke starts out being unable to even give a proper objection to the end of the first case. And yet he's able to surpass even the person who inspired him, as shown by able to defeat Kazuma here. Of course, Von Zeeks is very sassy, but we show... Yeah? He has some very clear negative traits, but we managed to help him get over his racism and all that by the end. It's really nice.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Might need time to let... I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematographs that day, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, nor the promised close-court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn to distant climates. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. Oh, that's so sweet. And gave him lotion pen as well to dye his hair. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt her presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too, no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future. Everyone in this game is just so really well written. Boss left a note, and I can't read very well. A to Z, the whole lot. Cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what Chief Inspector Toby is gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, Yeah. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. Might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. Reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London, town for the foreseeable. Then, I've got to complete your education in the art of abduction a la Gregson, as they say. That was the last message he left for her. Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Objection, oblique overstatement overruled. The Minister detained in Britain anyway. What's this? Counsel for the defense. I wonder for forbidden from entering courtroom? Oh really, my friend who's out of sign in the time doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Asanaga is one of the minor characters I genuinely enjoyed. Well, like I said, even the minor characters have felt pretty memorable, and it doesn't suffer from having any cases that really feel like filler. Mama, is it true about the Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mom? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Like I said, even the minor characters feel like they have a lot going on. They still have their personality gimmicks and stuff, but they don't feel as overbearing as they were in the earlier games, and I think that's to its benefit. I mean, they're still there. I mean, you have to be a quirk to exist in this universe. Well, unless your lack of quirk is the quirk, but... Alright, I'm Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around. Everything is settled. But what have I done? So excited I picked the Splendid Hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrack, come to my rescue again, please. I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Yeah, Professor Hairburn was the closest one to a filler case, but even then he had a connection to Barrack. It's a pretty big deal. When I went to waxwork impression the care of the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain. You see, for a faithful representation of the visage, there's nothing we two spells would not do. Yeah, everyone calls me gossip. I sell jolty little tidbits of passersby, you know. Yeah, everyone calls me a Peppino. Now let's forget. All this red thin in my hair. And everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly. Charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Oh, I'm glad his wife... It worked out with his wife. Yes, when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Well, I'm glad they've decided not to let being in prison get them down. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather have defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Kurama in your care. Every single character in this game is absolutely well written, and it doesn't feel like wasn't to any filler cases either, which is really impressive actually. Even the best games of in the series have had some fillers before, but I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Title drop. But I think he's earned it after everything that's happened. Even Wagahai is in there. I want to say this is probably my favorite set of games in the series, but it might just feel that way because, well, after beating a game that you like, it's easy to fall into the feeling of it's perfect. Now, obviously, it isn't, but the fact of the matter is even among the other ones, if we have a sequel, I hope they bring back Ryutaro. That was actually a pretty fun thing to work with, even if, honestly, that case was way more difficult than I was expecting. Honestly, come to think of it, I mean, I failed a few times in case 4, but case 3. But otherwise, I don't think I failed in any other cases. Yeah, just the first one and the third case. Even the final one, I was worried I'd need to restart to get my points back, but it turns out my penalties back, but it turns out I didn't even need it. The bee-themed gas company. The cat's going. really think the overall writing and general gameplay of these games have really made a big step up in this game compared to the other ones. I mean, even others like Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice didn't feel this well held together. Wait, Gossip and Mr. Vigil, even though those are technically the same person. Oh yeah, the prison governor was the one person we didn't really hear anything of in that last one. But I guess he was a mostly minor character in the end. I guess since we're here, since they used Herlock Sholmes, I'm willing to bet that might have been because they had some legal issues, because the Doyle estate does like to keep a lot of stuff with Sherlock Holmes-related stuff. Now, obviously, other places can use it, like Fate Grand Order has him as a major character in the storyline, but this game takes a lot of stuff from the books, not just the character himself. Because while Sherlock Holmes himself is a public domain, the Doyle estate still has a pretty good hold on copyright for a lot of the Sherlock Holmes books and stuff within, and the themes within them. This is not new either. Herlock Sholmes has been no way to get around that, even with the Arsène Lupin books. So I'd wager that's probably why. Meanwhile, someone like Fate Grand Order doesn't have to worry about it, because while the narrative has, well, the story has Sherlock Holmes is a major character, the stories themselves are completely unrelated. After all, it's basically a big universal crossover in sorts. But not so with this game. And yes, Wilson instead of Watson was also used in those books, if I remember right. Yeah, there's been a lot of depictions of Sherlock Holmes, but I really like what they did here. May not be the most original kind of thing to introduce Sherlock Holmes to a character, but when they handle it well, like this game did, it's really, really nice. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. I think having them reset the status quo every now and then might be a good idea, actually, since we got to see, like I said, we can only have this sort of thing with a completely fresh character like Ikurunosuke. Achievement unlocked, the Risen Resolve. And that is some really, really good splash artwork. I love it. They're maybe going separate paths in life, but they're so good. If they continue making more Ace Attorney games going forward, I hope they do introduce some new characters. That way we can continue having a new lawyer, or a new lawyer starting from humble beginnings into a skilled attorney. Alright, well, I guess that should be good for now. 5 hours is way longer than I was expecting, but it doesn't matter. I wanted to finish this tonight because this has just been a really good game in the general sense, and I didn't want to leave it on a cliffhanger there, or at least any more than parts usually do. Alright, well, thank you for watching. Hope you had a good time. I save these VODs for as long as Twitch allows, so if you ever need them, they'll be there. Or if you want to see some of my older VODs, a link to my YouTube account can be found on my About page. Thank you, and I'll see you next time.